some of it is common sense. I don't know, some common sense stuff.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Thank you. He qualified for it, so that's...
moment up into our 4th spot as they're working their way about to go into the climbing S's.
All right, and here they go up, and it is now Disharoon who's gotten back around Jamison Huffman, so move Disharoon into 2nd in SSM, and then it is Huffman, Adeli, and O'Brien as Disharoon had gotten around Huffman using the draft on the front straight before they went into turn number 1, and now side by side we've got Dylan Adeli and Andy O'Brien. As we've got, I believe it's Adeli in is that the blue 14 machine, and then O'Brien is in the, or probably O'Brien is in the white 14 with Adeli in the number 71 car. All right, and getting that one to go, Jeff Giordano now working his last lap. He's your overall leader, your ITS leader. Willie Fee, you're continuing to see his advantage over Justin Deffenbaugh shrink more and more as they're going to be heading down into turn 1. Deffenbaugh just ran his fastest lap of the race, almost 0.3 faster than Willie Fee. But let's watch this battle in SSM here, Dominic.
And for the past few laps, one of the drivers who has had the best seat in the house for this SSM battle has been Brad Gould. In our bracket racer racing in a Spec Racer 4-3 has now split these pairs of cars up. So now we have Vic Disharoon and Jamison Huffman drafting together. We have Gould, and then in 8th and 9th and 3rd and 4th in class in SSM, Andy O'Brien and Dylan Adeli all making their way through turn number 1. And great, it looks as though that might just be the 71 of Adeli, who went a little bit deep in turn 1 and now has lost the draft from Andy O'Brien. So now O'Brien's going to have much more clear vision behind as they make their way into turn 4. And Adeli definitely probably about a good 15 car lengths back from O'Brien, who he was battling with just 2 corners ago.
Wow, yeah, wrong time to have that happen. Here as we watch these machines come through Snake and start to run, and there is Ryan Maloney coming off a couple wins at Summit Point just a few weeks ago, and there you go. You can see as we'll see what happens. That's Brad Gould running in the bracket racing this weekend, right behind those 2 drivers. We'll see if he gives them deference at least until they come out of Oak Tree. Where that Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 should have the legs on the Miatas. All right, our leader here in ITS, our overall leader, Jeff Giordano, making his way down through the roller coaster and just now coming out of Hog Pen onto the front straight. We'll pick him up here in just a moment. And there you see the starter now lifting up the checkered flag and showing it to Jeff Giordano. Giordano will take the win in ITS, and we'll track our here coming in and onto the front straight. Let's take a look who was going to finish 2nd in ITS. Willie Fee holds off the Deffenbaugh Integra, so Fee will finish 2nd. Deffenbaugh will finish 3rd in ITS. And we'll continue to watch this battle here in SSM as Ryan Maloney is on the front straight. Ryan Maloney in the blue number 15 takes the win in SSM. Let's see who's going to win that fight for 2nd. And coming across the line, Jamison Huffman gets back around Vic Disharoon. Chip Disharoon, he's going to finish 2nd. Disharoon will finish 3rd. Andy O'Brien will finish just off the podium in 4th. Taking the win in ITA. Let's stay on this shot here for a moment. There's the, let's see, that's Greg Michael who just crossed the stripe, but I think we've got the Dodge Neon of Upchurch coming across the line. Actually, I think maybe that was actually the Neon that came across, but Grayson Upchurch is going to take the win over Joel Gambino. Gambino at the end was running almost a half a second a lap faster than Upchurch, but we saw, at the beginning of this race, he had 7 cars that he had to get around to even get up to the Dodge Neon. In the end, it just wasn't enough.
Yep. And a lot of times, especially when you have mixed class racing and you have different cars that may come into their own at different points in the race, you do have it where, despite having more pace, it might take just a little bit more effort to get up to your next closest competitor.
Indeed. All right, taking the win in IT7 out of Durham, North Carolina, Robert Mitchell. Martin Ryder out of Reidsville, North Carolina, finishing in second. In ITC, Mickey Morwald in that Volkswagen Rabbit. She was your sole racer, and I said she was probably running off the pace a little bit, but she was certainly consistent. Her fastest lap and her last lap, not the same, but very, very close, within, I think, 1/100th of a second of one another. So pretty good there. But in bracket racing, Brad Gould, then Angela Jago, and Nick Shively. All right, let's do this. Let's actually, we're not going to make a final call to the grid because they've already been given the 5-minute warning, Dominic. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. But first, let's tell you about one of our great partners, and that is RP Performance. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From small economy cars to SUVs to trucks, their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway and the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg with Dominic Mandiel with Adam Miller here as well. And Dominic, we're now up to a race I know so many people are interested in, and that is Spec Miata, as we've got our pace car now bringing the field onto the pit, or probably not on the pit lane, but onto the front straight, where they will start their pace lap of 3.27 mile, 17 turn Virginia International Raceway, and they should be coming into our view here in just a moment. So what we'll do is we will start running down the grid here. We had 17 drivers set times in qualifying here today. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 17th, driving the number 24 SMSE Mazda Miata from Royal Oak, Michigan, it's Josh Campbell. Scott Witt will start 16th. He's in the number 85 Spec Miata. He's from Monetta, Virginia, and represents the Blue Ridge region. Dennis Mathias will start 15th. He is in the number 88 SMSE Mazda Miata. He's from Apex, North Carolina, representing the North Carolina region. Alabama region's Delaney Calhoun will start 14th. He's in the number 28 SMT machine. He's out of Indian Springs, Alabama. And he represents the Miata Fix, which I guess is better than the Miata Broke. All right, starting 12th today, driving the number 6 Spec Miata from Ortonville, Michigan, representing to the Detroit region, Paul Klain. Matt Fielding Russell will start 11th. He's in the number 30 Spec Miata. He represents the North Carolina region, and he's from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Ellie Gossett will start 10th. She's in the number 177 Spec Miata. She represents the South Carolina region of the SCCA and Salty Dog Cafe. She's from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Ted Cahall will start 9th. He's in the number 78 Spec Miata, represents the Washington, D.C. region, and is from Christiansburg, Virginia. Atlanta, Georgia's Mike Cottrell will start 8th. Mike's in the number 99 Spec Miata. He's representing the Atlanta region, with Robert Cahall starting 7th. He's in the number 178 Spec Miata, and he represents the Chicago region of the SCCA. He's from Gurnee, Illinois. Pat McGovern will start 6th. Pat is driving the number 8 SMSE Mazda Miata from Richmond, Kentucky, with Olivier Piatek starting 5th. He's in the number 62 Tiles Max Mazda. He's from Duluth, Georgia. Forrest Landy will start 4th. He's in the number 94 Spec Miata. He's from Ashburn, Virginia, representing the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Ethan Ayers will start 3rd. Ethan's in the number 70 OPM Autosports machine. Then we got Skip Brock Jr. He's starting 2nd today. He's in the number 61 machine, representing OPM Autosports. He's from Birmingham, Alabama. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 44 Mazda Miata, the Salty Dog Mazda Miata from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, representing the Buccaneer region. It's Bobby Gossett. So, Dominic, we were talking a little bit earlier about Bobby Gossett, our pole sitter in particular, obviously off air, that he came out of, I was calling some races at CMP back in early April, and Bobby was far and away the fastest Spec Miata there at those SARRC races. But he came here and raced in Spec Miata at the Hoosier Super Tour, and once again, out of the box and in qualifying, was one of your fastest racers. He was found to have a technically non-compliant car and had qualifying times thrown out. He had to start from the very back of, I think, like a 46, 47 car field, which made it very difficult. He was, once again, here today, a very quick racer. His qualifying time was a 2:26.211, almost a full second faster than Skip Brock Jr. starting to his left. So we'll have to see if out of the box Gossett starts moving away. I'm not I'm not raising any questions. I believe that the procedures that were in place at the Super Tour, that Bobby probably would not have that non-conformant part still on his car. But we'll have to see how things play out. As the lights are out on the pace car is on the pit lane. Starter is looking over the field, Dominic, and green flag is in the air, and we're back to racing here at VIR.
Yep, and the field is going to make its way down into turn number 1. And as you mentioned, Greg, Bobby Gossett likely, in any case, with a point to prove here, trying to get a result much more representative of his and his car's pace.
Sure.
As they make their way out of turn number 2. And it is going to be Gossett in that 44 car who has about a 2 to 3 car length advantage over our second place runner. That's going to be Ethan Ayers. And then Skip Rock Jr. holds on to that 3rd spot. Skip taking the Saturday victory here last year.
That's right.
And then finishing 2nd in our Sunday feature race. So he's going to look to repeat a podium result here.
Indeed. And, of course, very, very quick. Took, I think, his first majors win at his home track, Barber Motorsports Park, last season as well. He's been very quick for OPM Autosports. Does not... He sometimes doesn't have the best luck, we'll put it to put it mildly. But we'll see how things play out here as he takes a look to the inside of Ethan Ayers going through the uphill S's. We actually saw there where Skip Brock Jr. had to get on the brakes right in the middle of the S's as the hole that he had originally seen started to open up on him. Back behind Piatek out of Duluth, Georgia is... behind Skip Rock Jr. is Olivier Piatek, who is his OPM Autosports teammate in the green, and I think it's green and black machine. We'll see how that 62 machine handles over the long course. I could tell you in watching Olivier do some iRacing events, he is incredibly quick with that machine as he's now taking a look to the inside of Forest Landy as they go down Madison Avenue and set up at the top of the roller coaster.
Yep, in OPM Autosports, one of the prep shops out of the Southeast, Chuck McTudis, participant in that OPM camp, so fields a lot of talented drivers and has built up a program that's become very successful on both the majors and the Super Tour scene. As our field makes its way down the roller coaster, going to make their way onto the front straight in just a moment, Greg. All
right, here we go. But as we always expected, very tight here in Spec Miata. Now, of course, we do have a number of drivers that are running SMSE, which is, I don't want to call it a kissing cousin of what we saw earlier in SSM, but it's for the 1.6 liter first-gen NA Mazda Miatas. We also have SMT, which are, oh wow, big brake lock up there going down into turn number 1. And I believe that may have been Dylan Witt in the 8. Oh no, it's a little bit further forward than that. Might have been Paul Klain in the number 6 machine out of Ortonville, Michigan. But SMT are for Spec Miatas with Toyo tires. We have a number of different variations down here in the Southeast Division. So we'll continue to look after them. But obviously, in Spec Miata, we'll be watching to see where these racers play out here in as far as Southeast Division and the SARRC Series and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, as it looks as though Skip Brock Jr. now, and here's a big change, Dominic, as Skip Brock Jr. managed to get around Bobby Gossett at the end of lap number 1. He leads the field now and leads Gossett now up into turn 11. They're going to be setting up for Oak Tree at turn 12, and they've opened up the smallest of advantages now over Ethan Ayers and Robert Cahall. But it was interesting there to see how Skip Brock Jr. was able to dispatch Ayers early on in that first lap and then be able to get that pass done on our pole sitter Gossett.
And as you mentioned, Bob Cahall in the 178 car, both he and brother Ted were latecomers to qualifying this morning. I think we're trying to figure out what they're going to do as far as tires and getting prepared for the session this morning. Has made his way up to the 4th position, and at the moment, as we mentioned, Ted Cahall also followed suit, currently running in 7th place. Ted Cahall running in that gray car. Still look for a crimson car every time he's out there, but picked up that gray East Street Racing chassis at the end of last season.
Yeah, well, not just at the end of last season. It was delivered to him here at the runoffs back in the end of September, early October of 2022. I think in the end, he was originally planning to race it at the runoffs in Spec Miata. Didn't get enough time behind the wheel of the car and stuck with his old chassis for that race, but obviously broke this out for the beginning of the 2024 season. All right, as we head down into turn one, it is definitely a breakaway up at the front with Skip Brock Jr. and Bobby Gossett now opening up about 6 car lengths on Ethan Ayers. Ayers then with Olivier Piatek running about 3 car lengths back, and then another 8 car lengths back to Spencer Conrad, Robert Cahall, Forrest Landy, Ted Cahall, Pat McGovern, as well, as things are pretty tight there from 5th all the way back. Actually, we'll call it all the way back in the 10th.
Yep. And another driver who has now worked his way up to the 5th spot, the 77 of Spencer Conrad, 15 years of age and has 5 national karting championships to his name, and is now trying to put a deal together to work up to run Spec MX-5, get some additional support from Mazda, and continue working on the ladder. So another driver who's looking to move up the ranks in motorsports under the Mazda 10. As we have our leaders, Brock and Gossett, making their way into Oak Tree with just about a car length between them. Go back about 5 car lengths until you get to Ayers in the 7 and then Piatek in the 62. Those two are separated by about that 1 car length margin as well. And as they go down Madison Avenue, Skip Brock opening up about 3 car lengths over Bobby Gossett, and as we've seen from our previous groups, going down at the top of the hog pen corner, there's a lot of compression that happens. So if Bobby Gossett is able to make up any ground or braking, we shall see as they come down the hill.
Yeah, and we're seeing that very tight back there. I guess that is Ayers and Piatek coming down the hill, locked nose to tail. And we'll see how things play out here as they come onto the front straight. And they are indeed still locked in it. But here's a big change. Skip Brock Jr. now, who runs the fastest lap of the race. He goes purple, as you can see on the timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen. Ran almost 0.8 faster than Bobby Gossett that last time by, and he's now opened up I'd say about an 11 car length lead over our pole sitter here this evening. So Skip Brock Jr. having a little bit easier time of it right now than, say, Ethan Ayers, who is getting hounded and harassed by Skip Brock's teammate Olivier Piatek.
Again, what we'll see is now that Ayers and Piatek are running so close, if they decide to team up, because as we see, Skip Brock Jr. is beginning to skip away a little bit. So if Bobby Gossett doesn't have the advantage of the drops from in front, those two, Ayers and Piatek, will be reeling him in in a hurry.
All right, and as we talked about some of our other Spec Miata variant classes like SMSE in particular, we've got Patrick McGovern, driver of the number 8 car. He's out of Richmond, Kentucky. He is currently your SMSE leader. He's running 9th overall, and he has a bit of a buffer because Josh Campbell and Dennis Mathias, who are his competitors, they are currently running 16th and 17th overall. So they are with what, a 7 car length, or not 7 car length, but a 7 vehicle advantage right now. It's going to be awfully tough for Campbell and Mathias to make up ground.
And looking at lap times from the last circuit these drivers did, Skip Brock Jr., leader, turned a 2:17.1 to a 2:17.9 from second place Gossett. So about 8 tenths in hand that Skip Brock had over our second place runner. Going back to Ayers and Piatek, they had about 6 tenths of a second between them, though they're still running nose to tail as they come across the line. And in fact, as our second through fourth place runners come across the stripe, they're running nose to tail. Bobby Gossett has been caught by both Ayers in the 7 and Piatek in the 62. So that teamwork that we spoke about a few laps ago has paid dividends.
Yes.
They're now in the hunt for the podium. As we had another lockup, it looks like from, I believe that may have been from our leader Skip Rock. He's able to hold on, doesn't seem to have lost much ground there. As our second through third place drivers come into view, and Bobby Gossett gets a little bit offline, gets pushed wide on driver's right, and that allows both Ayers and Piatek to take a look on the outside going into turn 5.
Yeah, that was definitely unfortunate. That's going to make things very challenging. We can see how much that has dropped him back here, and now it turns into a 3-car battle for second. With Gossett, Ayers, and Piatek all locked nose to tail there as they head up through the S's, looking as if it's 1, maybe 2 cars, but there are actually 3 of them there. A little bit further back, we can see out on an island all by himself is, I think that is Spencer Conrad, and then we've got Robert Cahall, Forrest Landy, and Mike Cottrell. 3, well, I was going to say it's more than just 3 cars. It's like 5 of them right here. It is also Pat McGovern and Ted Cahall in that group as well, with McGovern, who is sitting at the back of that pack. He is, again, your SMSE leader. All the rest of those drivers in a Spec Miata. All right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Race Group 6, Big Bore Racers and Spec Corvette, please head to the grid. Race Group 6. Big Bore, Spec Corvette, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
And Greg, as you're making that announcement, as our second through third place runners come down the roller coaster, Gossett and Ayers beginning to separate a little bit from fourth place runner Piatek. So they're going to come across the stripe. But as I say that, as they make their way across the stripe, Piatek gets a sniff of their draft and goes right back up to the back once again.
Yeah, and there they go, coming down into turn at number 1 now, and we can see that that green and black machine of Piatek, the 62 machine, able to draft right back up, but big clouds of tire smoke, and I don't think that was from Piatek. I think we've got a car that might have, looking to see, nope, that's actually a body, that is not a flag. I thought we had a car go off at turn number 1, but there was some big brake lock up there from Olivier Piatek. Didn't want to get into the back of Gossett or Ayers. But look at this battle right here going on. Again, this is Forrest Landy now in the number 94 machine. Robert Cahall in the 178. Mike Cottrell in the 99. Pat McGovern in the 8. He leads SMSE currently. Then Ted Cahall in that group as well. That is, if you remove the SMSE driver, that is the battle for 6th in Spec Miata. As they all take some alternate lines into the uphill S's, looking for the advantage. And with these cars, you can certainly go in there too wide. It's not the fastest way once you get out of there and head over to South Bend. But it can certainly be done with a lot of patience, some diligence, and more importantly, cooperation between 2 racers here. But we watch here, this is a great little fight to watch, even though it's not for a podium position.
And you definitely need a lot of track awareness from everyone involved, because especially when the road starts to narrow up like that, you definitely at times don't have as much road to play with as you might think.
And now we see there is Robert Cahall trying to push Forrest Landy here up. Actually, I take that back. I think it's Robert Cahall and Mike Cottrell trying to push up past Spencer Conrad. And we'll see him here as they're rolling down the hill. As Skip Rock Jr. just resets fast lap once again. Turned in a 2:16.9 on the previous lap. And here we're going to see now coming across start finish, and there we go, coming into our view. This is that battle right now for third in class, or pardon me, for third in class between Ayers, Gossett, Piatek. As they're almost 3 wide going in the NASCAR.
And great, the past few laps with these 3. With Gossett, Ayers, and Piatek, it seems that Gossett's been the one that's been hung out to dry as they're navigating these corners, and we've had 2 cars working together. So Gossett's having to pedal extra hard to stay in that draft, because he seems to be the odd driver out each time.
I figure you put the car on the pole, you win a couple races, suddenly nobody wants to work with you and help you out anymore. Not a big surprise that Ayers and Piatek might be teaming up together against the 44 machine. As we now have just about 5 minutes or 4 laps remaining. So again, once again, this is going to be a race that I believe is going to end on time. So let's make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore and Spec Corvette. Let's throw in ITE and ITO and ITR as well. Also Touring 1 and Touring 2. Race group number 6, please head to the grid.
Greg, this battle for 2nd through 4th we've been following. I've also been noticing that the 77 of Spencer Conrad, the last time across the line was about 2 seconds back from 4th place due to some of the side-by-sides we've seen with those cars beginning to reel that group in. So Conrad could be coming into the picture here in short order. Yeah,
I was going to say there's a good chance as Piatek once again starts to fall off the back of Ayers and Gossett. Conrad just running his fastest lap of the race the last time by. But certainly I think Piatek is going to be under attack there. And so Conrad in the 17 machine, he is, Dominic, all of 15 years old behind the wheel. We talked earlier about some of the SSM drivers that, old age and treachery at like 17 years old and they're seniors in high school. Spencer is a 5-time national karting champion. He's been karting since he was 7 years old. And he says that he's been doing it and what his family has done ever since he can remember. Well, I'm telling you, if you're only 15, your memory probably isn't going to go that far back. He's, of course, racing for Panic Motorsports this season. Hopes to take part in the SMX Challenge with Mazda. Hopefully get a scholarship ride in SMX next season.
And Greg, we did get word that our leader Skip Rock and the rest of the field is working the final lap.
Okay.
And on this last lap, Skip Rock Jr. Ran at 2:16.9. For comparison's sake, our second place Gossett was at 2:17.8. So I'm still about 9/10 of pace.
And it's actually even closer to that. There was a 2:16.901 to a 2:17.889. So only about it's 1 second point one. Let's try this again. It's like 99 hundredths of a second separating them. That's what I meant to say. All right, as our leaders now on the back straight. And going up to the top of the roller coaster now. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's move over to the roller coaster cam if we can. All right, and that's the battle for second, I believe, coming down the hill right now. As Piatek now has gotten back up to the back of Bobby Gossett. And as we coming onto the front straight, Skip Rock Jr., your leader. There he is, driver of that yellow and blue number 61 machine. He will take the win. And now the battle for second. They should be coming into our view here. And there it is at the checkered flag. Bobby Gossett holds off Olivier Piatek for second place. Margin there at the checkered flag, 84 1/1000ths of a second. Spencer Conrad in the number 77 machine. He will finish just off the podium in fourth. And Ethan Ayers, here's the big surprise. Ayers, who for so long had been running at the front of the field, or at least in second. Ayers brings the number 7 machine from Weatherby Lake, Missouri, home in 5th position.
Actually, Greg, let me correct myself. It looks like we are currently working the
last lap now.
Lap, yep.
Oh yeah, hey, look at that. Well, there you go.
Yep, we are getting the.
Can we edit that in? We'll just remove the entire last lap. And we'll remove the second to last lap. Yep, here we go. As the field now is working their way on now what is the last lap. That was not the last race lap. We did not have the checkered flag. Let's take a look here as our leaders now. This is, we're watching here, this is the battle for second, just going through our view. And that orange car, that is Spencer Conrad in the 77 machine. Now, on the penultimate lap, Conrad was running identical lap times to both Gossett and Piatek, so he was not able to close things down, and it's going to take a lot of luck for him to get up to these two now as they head to the top of the roller coaster. And it really looks like each lap here, Dominic, that Gossett gets a better run out of Oak Tree and is able to open up about 2-3 car lengths on Piatek. Piatek then turns around and closes it back up going down the roller coaster.
Yep, and it's so hard to understand how important it is to get a good run out of Oak Tree, because that's what's of course going to give you momentum, as we are going to be waiting for our leader to come across the stripe. And there it is. Skip Brock Jr. gets a check flag. He's going to be your Saturday race winner officially, or provisionally.
So good. We called it twice. Look, kind of like the previous lap. I don't know. All right, so he takes the win, and they're coming across the line. Bobby Gossett will finish in second position. Margin a little bit larger than what we saw the last circuit of the circuit, where Gossett opened up a 21/100th of a second advantage over Piatek. Spencer Conrad, he falls back a little bit on that last lap. He's going to finish just off the podium in fourth. Ethan Ayers, glad things didn't change. Not so glad for Ethan, but I'm glad things didn't change so much from what I said the previous lap. Ethan Ayers finishes in fifth. Mike Cottrell sixth. Robert Cahall seventh. Ted Cahall eighth. Pat McGovern finishes ninth. And Matt Fielding Russell finishes 10th. Those are all in Spec Miata. In SMSE, Josh Campbell takes the win with Dennis Mathias finishing second. And Delaney Calhoun, your sole SMT racer. All right, so Dominic, let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We've got two more races here this afternoon. We've got one more sprint race, one more SARRC MARRS race, and then we've got the Tarheel Cup to round out the day. But first, let's talk about one of our partners and sponsors, and that is Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody. It is time, well, it's time for the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel and Adam Miller. And as folks up on the grid said, it's time for real race cars, Dominic. As we've got our big board, we got our ground pounders heading out here. Although the majority of this field, not so much pounding ground, but a very large Spec Corvette contingent. This is the time of year when the Southeast chapter of Spec Corvette and the Northeast chapter of Spec Corvette come together. And from the looks of it, we had 9, 10 Spec Corvettes go out for qualifying today. 17 cars overall. Let me run down the starting order. Starting 17th, driving the number 112 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette from Central Carolina region. It's Stephen Ryder. John Longacre is starting 16th. He's in the number 76 GTA Chevy late model. Then we've got Dan Sheehy starting 15th. He's in the number 164 GTA Chevy Monte Carlo. Stephen Rose is driving his GT3 BMW E90 here today. He's in the number 33 car. He starts 14th. Starting 13th, driving the number 34 SPO Chevy Camaro from Boones Mill, Virginia. It's David Ross. David Clemens starts 12th today. He's in the number 24 Spec Corvette. He's from Roanoke, Virginia. Again, all the Spec Corvettes, they are C5 Corvette Z06s. Starting 11th today, driving the number 176 Touring 1 Chevy Corvette from Greensboro, North Carolina. It's Bill Foster. Nathan Jackson starts 10th. He's driving the number 29 Chevy Impala. He's from McDonough, Georgia. Then we've got Frank Reinhardt starting 9th, and I should add that all the remaining cars are in Spec Corvette. Starting 9th, driving the number 53 machine from Tampa, Florida, Frank Reinhardt. James Davidson starting 8th. He's driving the number 9 Spec Corvette. He is from West Melbourne, Florida. Then we've got James Davidson. James comes all the way from Olathe, Kansas. He is... Actually, let me get this right. You know what? We're going to try this again. Frank Reinhardt is from Tampa. James Davidson from West Melbourne. Larry Brady is from Olathe, Kansas. He's driving the number 58 car. He starts 7th. Jeffrey Pascala will start 6th today. He's in the number 58 machine from Aston, Pennsylvania. Marino Reyes will start 5th. He's driving the number 86 Chevy Corvette, the Spec Corvette. He's from Miami, Florida. Cecil Stevens from Valrico, Florida. Here starts 3rd. He's starts 4th, pardon me, in the number 17 machine. Starting 3rd in the number 39 is Charlie Abel. He's from Middletown, Maryland, driving the number 39 car. And great battles that we saw just 2 weeks ago at Summit Point Raceway between Charlie Abel and our driver who's going to be starting on the outside of the front row, David Sanders, driving the number 73 Spec Corvette. The Malvern Missile driving the Phoenix Performance car, and your pole sitter today out of West Palm Beach, Florida, driving the number 04 Spec Corvette, the Mantovani Land. Oh, I'm going to have to get that. I'll have to get the full name of his sponsor there, but obviously his company there. With qualifying time 2:31.277, almost a full second up on the rest of the field. It is Ken Mantovani. But yeah, so Dominic, great racing that we saw between David Sanders and Charlie Abel at Summit Point here 2 weeks ago, or there 2 weeks ago, where Charlie Abel definitely had the measure of that yellow number 73 machine. All last season, at least in the Northeast contingent of Spec Corvette, we really saw a lot of dominance from David Sanders, but Abel just was able to get the power down there 2 weeks ago, and really put Sanders on the back foot for the majority of the weekend.
And Spec Corvette was present for our event here last year, where we saw the two of them take wins on each day. So Dave Sanders took the win on Saturday, and then Charlie Abel was able to take the win here on Sunday. And so these two work very closely together, being both from the Northeast, and also get a lot of support from Phoenix Performance out of Pennsylvania. So both of them working very much with similar people and are working, of course, on very similar cars. So drawing a lot of data experience off of one another.
Yeah, indeed. These C5 Chevy Corvettes, Chevy Corvette Z06s, they use, I believe, a stock gear set, stock rear differential, but have a specific shock and spring package. As, wow, there you go. Green flag is in the air. And Dominic, not the cleanest start that I've seen, as we were already 3 wide when the green flag came out at the front of the field, but getting a great start. David Sanders is able to get around both Mantovani and Abel. Mantovani, I think, was more concerned about Charlie Abel coming down the inside on that start, and it allowed the 63 machine to scoot by. But we've already seen a change there up at the front of the field where David Sanders not able to hold off the 04 cars. They came out of turn 2 into NASCAR and now left hook.
Greg, we'll have to take a look as they make their way, as they approach the climbing S's. But I believe it was the 39 of Abel who was able to scoot into the lead and take over our top spot as he comes through. And yes, indeed, that is
you're right.
The 39 of Abel who's able to take over first place, followed by Sanders. And then we have Montavani about 2 car lengths back from there as the rest of our field snakes its way up the S's.
Yeah, and I think that's Reyes and Brady for just behind. But we could see how loose these cars were getting through the S's on the very first time, as both Abel and Sanders had the rear ends of their cars really step out on the first left-hander in there. I assume it's probably going to take another lap or so for the tires to come in on all these drivers, much like most of the road racing classes that we've seen today, the non-GT cars running a DOT-approved tire or slick, as the top 3 have really now started to separate from the rest of the field. Did mention that we do have some drivers that are not in Spec Corvette a little bit further back in the field. We saw Nathan Jackson in his Impala start to separate from the rest of the field, and we can see a little bit further back there we've got the 2 GTA machines of Sheehy and Longacre. We'll see how those cars play out here over what again is either a 20-minute, we'll say a 20-minute or a 14, probably a 20-minute or 10-lap race.
Okay, we have our leaders making their way past the stripe, and it is Charlie Abel who continues to lead over Dave Sanders, about 2 car lengths in hand for Abel, down into 1, and then you go another 3 car lengths back until you get to Ken Mantovani. But as you mentioned, Greg, those 3 are walking away from our 4th place runner, and that's at the moment Marino Reyes in the 86 car.
As I'm going through and looking at some of our sponsors, drivers, and what teams they're sponsored by, because of course I mentioned that Mantovani Land, and I couldn't get the full sponsor name. I'll try and dig that up. But a little bit further back in the field, we do have Bill Foster, our Touring 1 Chevy Corvette driver. He is sponsored by Social Security.
And Greg, the end of that sponsor is in commercial, so Land in commercial.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Greg, another driver wanted to make mention of the 17 car. That's Cecil Stevens. He hails from Valrico, Florida. He was the 2023 winner of the SARRC Invitational Challenge held at Roping Road last year. That was their penultimate event last year. And Cecil Stevens was able to pick up the victory there. Is also the head of the Southeast Spec Corvette effort in the Southeast. Exactly.
And so in Spec Corvette, they are essentially, although they wouldn't be very competitive, they are essentially T2 cars. And these cars are already classed in SCCA T2 national road racing. But in the last couple of years, Cecil down in the Southeast Division and David Sanders up in the Northeast Division have worked to get Spec Corvette placed as a divisional, essentially a regional only class in SCCA road racing on the divisional level. And so again, both of these, and there is also a contingent out on the West Coast as well that I know they run with Cal Club up at Buttonwillow and a couple of other tracks as well. But nice to still have a nationwide classing system for these cars, and some folks, great volunteers, stepping up and trying to get them authorized for SCCA regional racing.
And the idea being that you create a pool for Corvette owners and drivers to have parts, to have mechanical support and everything, and really create a community of people doing this. And a big part of the Spec Corvette, the idea behind it was to reintroduce somewhat the pre-Aero era of Touring 1, which prior to the combination of STO into GT2 and everything, which reshuffled some of our classes nationally, it required that was before the Touring 2 cars were allowed. Some of the cars now we see with bolt-on aero, with more wings, and so sort of
Porsches,
this harkens back more to the to the days prior to that.
Oh, lots of smoke there as we've got a car off on the outside of South Bend. It looks like may have had a motor go. Let's try and I believe that is the 86 of Moreno Reyes that is off track there, and there is oil on the track up at the top, the entrance of South Bend, as we're starting to see a couple of other cars go off there. There's another car spinning around, and so we're trying to get some additional information. And it's starting to look like a I don't know what you call that. What you call that is these drivers on now slick tires trying to get through what is damp track. As we do have the safety car standing up, and we are going to be going now to a full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway, as it sounds as though we do have some oil or debris down there over at South Bend. And Adam, this is why I put the camera over at South Bend. If only so we could see those cars do donuts in the grass. But again, under full course caution currently. And we have only 6 minutes elapsed, about 7 minutes elapsed, 13 minutes remaining on the clock, or seven laps remaining, which now that we're under full course caution, I doubt that we're going to be going that way. But we will check. But again, we are under full course caution. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racer Thomas Weir. That's the number 10. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please see the stewards on the second floor of the tower. Thomas Weir, driver of Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, number 10. Please head to the North Tower and see the stewards on the second floor. All right, so let's go and reset the field here if we can. And your leader at the moment is Charlie Abel. He leads Spec Corvette with David Sanders running second. Ken Mantovani, who was your pole sitter today, he runs third. David Ross in his 2010 Chevy Camaro, he is your SPO leader, and I also believe your sole SPO driver here today. Then Larry Brady, Cecil Stevens, Frank Reinhardt, Jeffrey Pascala, David Clemens. That takes you out to ninth. Bill Foster in his Touring 1 Chevy Corvette out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He is your sole racer in Touring 1 today. He runs 10th. John Longacre is your sole racer in GTA. He runs 11th. Steve Rose is your GT3 leader, your sole racer in GT3. He's 13th. Nathan Jackson, our sole GT2 car, he runs 14th. And Steven Ryder. And we'll see here, Ryder in the 112 Chevy Corvette. I don't know if he got involved with Reyes going off, but we did see a second car going around on the outside behind the flag stand over at South Bend. That may have been the Ryder car of 112 after we know Reyes had gone off first. So the fastest car on track right now is a pickup truck. He had a wrecker, and they're heading up now to try and get those cars over by the South Bend flag station. The wrecker is going out there. If a car is putting down oil, they don't want to do a flat tow back. But you'll also notice that the blower truck is the trailing car there as well. That if there is debris on the track or something other than oil, that they can probably blow it off, or if they have to put down kitty litter, that it can blow it off as well. So, Dom, we're just about halfway through this race. Let me make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, Tarheel Cup. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Tarheel Cup racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Dominic, I see at least one car still down the hill there. Pretty good distance in the grass. Now, again, we had rain through most of the day today, and even though these racers are on DOT slicks, they're not true slicks. They do usually have at least two little sipes in them to evacuate water. That doesn't do much, and it certainly doesn't do much if the grass is incredibly wet like it is in most places around the track. I went out during lunch to adjust one of our cameras, and there was a lot of pooling out there. That the soil out here does a decent job of absorbing water and pulling it down, but it was still pretty damp, and the grass here, which is pretty lush, also very, very slick.
And we've seen here from races over the years, Greg, where a driver, especially even in the morning from the dew that's accumulated on the grass, if you do end up putting tires off either on driver's left or right, you can end up going for a little while because there is so much grass and room to basically go off the track. But fortunately, with everyone getting through our situation there, everyone was able to keep it out of the barriers and keep it solely on the grass.
Inside of that engine went through the bottom of it.
And you can see they're responding now. And let's do this. Adam, while we've got a couple of seconds, why don't we talk, and I know we haven't played their spot here in the paddock, why don't we take a couple seconds and tell all of our folks here at Virginia International Raceway about our great partner, the Autoverse. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Oh, also, can you back? Can you X turn 11 or South Bend that corner worker to stop waving his flag right from the camera?
I'll talk to Ben.
Because whenever there's a standing yellow, he just drops yellow right
in front of it. What I'll do is I'll probably end up having to move the camera out of move it.
Like this is what I saw last trip.
Oh, really?
When there's a standing yellow, he just dropped the
Literally
yellow
right over the camera.
right into the camera.
Okay.
And I was noticing now he was waving it in front of the camera.
All right, I'll talk to Beth. I mean, in the end, they are the priority. They're there to keep the drivers safe.
But
Yeah.
can you hold it like a little bit above the camera?
Yeah. Okay.
It was-
Oh, go back to the live view. All right. Well, now we've had the mic hot the whole time, so hopefully everybody heard our wonderful conversation. We are still working cleanup here at South Bend, and we are still under full course caution as the clock continues to run. And we now have just under 7 minutes, Dom, remaining here in this, what is going to be a timed race. And from the looks of it, they are putting down some oil dry.
Yeah.
As the safety car now bringing the field down the front straight. And our racers now starting lap number 6. And it sounds like Sounds like Steven Ryder had a bit of a wild ride up at the sounded like coming up to the top of the roller coaster, as the flaggers there were relaying his loop-de-loops that he was doing. sounds like he was on a real roller coaster ride over there, and he has continued, but he's now at the back of the field currently running, and I believe he's a full lap down currently.
And Greg, our leader, Charlie Abel, who was able to make that move at the start. Abel had got his competition license back in 2020.
Yeah.
In fact, we were part of the same competition school.
Oh, that's
and he was entered in that same C5 vet, and I can remember because I had the honor of being the pole sitter for the little race they do at the conclusion of the school.
Yeah.
And one of my lasting memories from that school is at the drop of the and Greg, we are getting word now that they are going to checker this early to attend to the cleanup necessary there at South Bend.
Yeah, not going to be checkering it that early, but as we can see here, the safety car bringing the field up through the S's over towards, well, the scene of the crime. By the time they get back around, we'll probably have about a minute left on the clock, maybe even less than that. So that is going to wrap this race here, as it looks as though they've got looks as though they've got the 86 machine of Reyes loaded up on the rollback, and Reyes might be able to just go back on track on that rollback right by our leaders. As there you go, the safety car is bringing the field up, and Charlie Abel, thinks that they're going back green, and he is definitely trying to get some heat in the tires, get some heat in the equipment there.
Look, I was saying that one of my lasting memories from that school was being the poster there for that race at the conclusion, and once we got the green and looking in my mirror, and right up the middle I see a pair of headlights, and then about a moment later Charlie Abel comes screaming right up the center because I was on the front row with another Miata, and of course the
Corvette might have had a little bit more torque, and
comes blasting on through, and it had just finished raining earlier that day, and there was puddling, so everyone was being very careful going down to turn one. But that's something that I'll always remember from that school, seeing Charlie Abel scoop past everyone going down to one on a very puddly track.
All right, so it looks like they're going to bring Marino Reyes and the number 86 Corvette onto the south paddock. And so we are still under full course caution. The safety car is going to bring the field onto the front straight here, but they should be coming down the roller coaster now. There they are. When they come onto the front straight, Charlie Abel will see the checkered flag as we go to end this race. Like I said, a little bit early. At this moment, still a minute 10 left on the clock. So not going to end all that early, but I'm sure these racers, having only gotten, I think, like four green flag laps, probably feel a little bit of discontent here. So let's run down the finishing order. Dominic, Charlie Abel will take the win, and we'll start off with Spec Corvette here, where the top three drivers are in that class. Charlie Abel taking the win in Spec Corvette. David Sanders second. Ken Montavani finishing in third. David Ross, our sole racer in SPO, will finish fourth. Larry Brady, Cecil Stevens will finish fourth and fifth in Spec Corvette. Finishing sixth in Spec Corvette. Seventh overall is Frank Reinhardt, Jeffrey Pascala. Then David Clemens, they finish sixth and seventh in Spec Corvette, or pardon me, seventh and eighth in Spec Corvette. Then John Longacre, our sole GTA racer, will finish 10th. Bill Foster will finish 11th. Then Stephen Rose will finish 13th overall. He's our sole GT3 racer. Nathan Jackson, 14th, our sole GT2 racer. And then Dan Sheehy will finish second in GTA, 15th overall. Steven Ryder in the 112 car. He is a lap down. The Chevy Corvette, he managed to recover after his loop-de-loops. He will finish 16th overall, and again, our sole racer in GT2, or probably in Touring 2. All right, so Dominic, let's take another quick break here, but before we do, I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Tarheel Cup racers, please head to the grid. Tarheel Cup racers, please head to the grid. All right, let's take that break, and we're going to tell you a little bit more about the North Carolina Region's Education Program. Scholarship Program, pardon me. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Race.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody, for the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the Sports Car Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel and Adam Miller. And we have one more race today, Dominic. But let's do this before we start to run down the grid for our last race. Let's take a look at the schedule coming up here for the rest of the weekend. And we have here Tomorrow, we're going to start off the morning with qualifying sessions. Depending on whether or not we get our internet connectivity restored here, we may be on with our live stream of qualifying. We may not. We'll try and let you all know. But tomorrow, 14-lap or 35-minute feature races. We do plan to have one race before lunch, and then the remaining SARRC and MARRS races after lunch tomorrow. So we'll try and keep you updated on what our schedule is going to be for tomorrow. All right, Adam, let's go back to our trackside view here as we've got our pace lap beginning. And Dominic, this is the Tarheel Cup, and it's essentially a race within a race. We've got two different races going on. One is 45 minutes in length. One is 65 minutes in length. The racers that are running the 45-minute race, it is just a sprint race like any other. And then the endurance racers, the 65-minute racers, they do have a required pit stop, a 5-minute pit stop, very long pit stop to give them all the time that they need if they want to put more fuel in the car, which may be necessary for the Spec Racer Fords, or to make a driver change as well. We'll talk a little bit more about that as the day goes on. But let's do this, Dominic, first, and we'll also be able to let you know which drivers are scheduled to run the 45-minute race and which ones are running the 65-minute race. But let's go and we'll run down the starting order here for you. We had 19 drivers go out for qualifying. Most of these racers you have seen already here today in the MARRS and SARRC races. Starting 19th, driving the number 155 STU BMW is Jason Koch out of Forest, Virginia. Dennis Mathias starting 18th. He's in the number 88 SMSE Mazda Miata. He's from Apex, North Carolina. David Blaine, when he is not trying to make himself disappear, David Blaine is driving his SPU Mazda Miata. He starts 17th today in the 37 car. Starting 16th, driving the number 72 Spec Racer Ford is Lee Hill. And my understanding is that Lee is going to be splitting time with John Krolwitz, who works out of the SCCA's national office here today. Again, they're in the 72 car. Starting 15th, driving the number 30 Spec Miata out of Wake Forest, North Carolina, Matt Fielding Russell. Josh Campbell in his SMSE. Mazda is starting 14th. That's the number 24 car. He is running the sprint. He will only be out there for 45 minutes today. Brian Hooper in his STL Honda Civic he is out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He's going to start 13th today. Jennifer Romes in her Touring 4 Scion FRS will start 12th. She's in the 186 car. Tom Goodart will start 11th. Tom is driving the number 55 Spec Racer Ford in Gen 3s out of Lewis, Delaware. Also in a Spec Racer Ford, it's John-Luc Liverato out of the Atlanta region in Atlanta, Georgia. He drives the number 8 car, starting 10th. Starting 9th. Also running in the 45-minute sprint, driving the number 142 Spec Racer Ford, is Steve Hahn. Chris Broussard, also in a Spec Racer Ford. Tell you what, all the remaining cars are all in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Steve Hahn, starting 9th, is running the 45-minute sprint. Chris Broussard, starting 8th, is running the 45-minute sprint. Then Richard Wheel, starting 7th in the 35 car. Sean DeCold, starting 6th in the 56. Brad Gould, starting 5th in the 97. They are all running the 65-minute Enduro. Then, starting 4th in the number 27 Spec Racer Ford is Steve Nelson. William Shields in the number 67, starting 3rd. And Stephen Shue, starting 2nd in the 81. They are all running the sprint. And then your pole sitter today, Don Privet out of New York, New York, in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing the South Jersey region. He will be running the 65-minute Enduro. And so I will keep that key here for you and me, Dominic, so we can keep track of when those drivers come in. And I'm going to switch over to one of our other timing systems here called Race Hero, because it will tell me when drivers are on the pit lane for an extended period of time. At least it's supposed to.
Okay, one of our drivers, in fact, the driver starting 10th today, the 97 at Brad Gould, his 3rd race today. So
yes.
This must be the motorsports equivalent of a triathlon for him.
That's right, because he ran the bracket. He ran Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and running in Tarheel Cup. And we mentioned that I think this is only his 2nd race weekend racing here. So good opportunity, lots of seat time for him all weekend long. Here, as the green flag is in the air, and we are now racing. Pick your choice. Take your choice. 45 minutes, 65 minutes. It's all the same to Dominic and me. Here, as they go into turn one for the very first time.
Yep. And Greg, something that's going to be unique about this, we see a number of drivers who I recall having run this race last year, and especially for a lot of the, as we see them coming out, a big pack of spec races. I believe the top 10 were all in spec races for this group. And so what we're going to see, I think, is a bit of a separation, just of course based on speed and performance potential. But for a lot of these drivers, this having been not something that especially a lot of our MARRS competitors have participated in, a longer race than many of these drivers are accustomed to. So as far as the distance is concerned, we're going to have to see which drivers are at this point in the day up to the task of running a much longer session than they may have otherwise run previously.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I was a little surprised to see so many of the Spec Racer Fords running the 65-minute version, because I don't know for sure if a Spec Racer Ford can make it more than about 55 minutes on a tank. You know, your father might know, as your father, Vince, ran Spec Racer Fords, at least the Gen 2 version, for many, many years. But this is probably one of those reasons we were talking offline with Adam about, well, you know, these 5-minute pit stops. Why do we need 5 minutes? You know, other endurance organizations, they do much shorter pit stops. But I'll tell you, for you to have to pull the bodywork off of a Spec Racer Ford and maybe put in 11, however many gallons is the fuel cell in that Spec Racer, it takes a while. It's not as simple as just pulling your car up to the gas tanks and gas pumps and filling up your Chevy Caprice or something.
Because for these Spec Racers, it's about undoing the clips to the rear bodywork. It's about making sure that you have first your fuel, and then you make sure that everything's
reattached.
Yeah, everything gets reattached too, because these cars are definitely need to be put back as they were found, so to speak. So as we have our first flying lap in the books, it continues to be Bill Shields in the 67 car who leads, followed by Steve Shue in the 81, and then Jean-Luc Liverado, who's running in third place. We didn't see Jean-Luc out. He was scheduled to race in our first event today, which was our Spec Racer 4-3 race, but able to make it out for the Tarheel Cup this afternoon. And Jean-Luc is a cool story because he's run a number of different cars. Started out with the Gen 2 chassis for many years, and then decided to go prototype racing. Had a lot of support from Keho Motorsports, campaigned a what was then C&D Sports Racer,
right,
and then made the transition over to more recently picking up in the Lawn DPO2 for the Prototype 1 class, and has been running that as well. But is also in amongst all that has of course has converted over to the Gen 3 for Spec Racer and continues to run a Spec Racer chassis.
All right, as our racers now working lap number 2, and again, this is not a race based on laps, but a race based on time. Some of our racers will be running for 45 minutes, some for 65. Again, the drivers that will be racing for only 45: Stephen Shue, who is running second overall; William Shields. And I don't know if William Shields, he did make the grid. Shields is currently our lead driver on track. Then Steven Nelson, who is running 6th overall. Chris Broussard and Steve Hahn. Broussard running 7th overall in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And Steve Hahn running 11th in his machine. They are all running in the sprint. And our sole non-Spec Racer Ford racer running the 45-minute sprint is Josh Campbell in his SMSE machine. And Campbell there you can see running 15th overall.
Okay, guys, something else we see is just a little bit further back, Steve Rose, who I don't believe was out for the qualifying this morning, running that GT3 class BMW E90.
Right.
We've seen Steve over the years running in a number of different Mazda RX-7 race
Yes.
cars, and in fact, I remember at the runoffs at Daytona in 2015, he was running in the STU class, trying to make some momentum with the Mazda RX-7 platform there, and since then has dabbled in a bunch of different Mazda machines.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that had to deal with when the rotary, when we talked earlier about the gestation of like STL. STL, the last of the super touring classes to be created after what was then STO and STU. STO had a pretty quick exit, but there was always the feeling, because STU and STL were based on displacement, with a 2-liter displacement limit in STL and then 3.5 in STU, that the rotaries might have gotten short shrift there, because of course the rotary motors, you're running 1.2 liters or thereabouts. Technically they're much smaller than your piston motors, and there were some things in the rules that were done to because the class was, again, a displacement class. The weight of your race car was based on the size of your motor. There were some things done with the rotary powered machines they weren't considered to be competitively classed, let's put it that way, originally, and I don't think they made any major changes to how the rotaries were classed until the 2018 year. And so obviously bringing that machine out at Daytona at a track where it was likely it would have to rely a lot on the draft, obviously, because it wasn't going to be able to dig out of the hairpins very well, for example. But those cars have come quite a long way in these years in super touring. And after saying that, how much time do we have left on the clock? Let's see here. As Jean-Luc Liverato goes to the overall lead, he just resets fast lap at a 209.936, running, a 209.836, running about a half second faster than William Shields, who had early on jumped to the overall lead, falls back to second now. And even though there is a 5-minute minimum pit stop time for our drivers that do run the 65-minute endurance version, we saw this at Carolina Motorsports Park back in late March, early April, when a full course caution came out with about 10 minutes remaining in the race, and some of the drivers, as a normal force of habit, will wait until the very last moment to do their pit stop and then go. And there just happened to be like 2 or 3 drivers that, unbeknownst to them, they called it right. They ended up, the course went full course caution while they were already on the pit lane as part of their pit stop, because I believe, if I remember correctly, if the full course caution comes out, you can't then come in. Basically, the pits are closed under full course caution. But the cars were already there, and so as the safety car was deployed and these cars were going so much slower, it allowed them in some cases to basically take up one less lap than some of their competitors that had to pit in while it was green, while the track was green, and it was pretty easy wins for them. So we'll see how things play out. Sometimes you get lucky like that, except for the driver that caused the full course caution. He wasn't so lucky.
And on that last lap, Steve Shu, who we saw earlier on in Spec Racer Ford, runs the fastest time of a 209.288. And Steve is a long-term runner in this class, was the 2013 MARRS champion back in the Gen 2 configuration. So I believe has held on to that same chassis throughout the years. And then running in 4th place, we have Sean DeCold. Cool story there. Steve Intron, who was your 2021, I believe.
22 national.
Yeah, 22 national team. Thank you, Rick.
Yes.
In B-Spec. This is his old car. So
his
he
Spec Racer, because he raced Spec Racer Ford for a number of years before moving to B-Spec.
Yep. So and Of course, Steve out of the New England region handed this car over to Sean. So Sean's been campaigning for about a year and a half now, getting used to this car, and currently running fourth. Does a lot of races again with SARRC. We've seen it a few times on the Hoosier Super Tour, running at tracks like Road Atlanta and also tracks like Sebring. So getting a lot of experience here in a car that definitely has some pedigree and years behind it. It's also good to see both Bill Shields and Steve Nelson, who had a few issues during their race this morning, make it back out there. Both of them able to take to the track this afternoon.
All right, in Spec Miata, when they were working lap number 4, Matt Fielding Russell managed to lead Bobby Gossett for the first 3 laps or so. Bobby Gossett now in the black 44, and we saw how well he ran in the Spec Miata race earlier today. He has now gotten around Matt Fielding Russell. He is your new leader and has put almost a 2.5-second gap in just the span of 1 lap on Matt Fielding Russell. And I believe, nope, that's not them coming down the hill now.
And Greg, we had talked about earlier on Steve Rose in that BMW E90. Our hard charger so far, he was started well back in the field, has made his way up to 8th place. His fast time was his last time at a 2-minute 10.460, making some advances through the field. The next car up the road for him is going to be Steve Nelson in that 27 car. But just a lap ago, he was racing Ken Montavani in that Mazda Miata.
And, of course, Montavani, who we saw just a little while ago in the Spec Corvette. So big change in strategy and driving style, I'm sure, between those two machines.
Greg, for this race last year, we saw a very similar situation shake out where the front of the field was comprised mostly of the Spec racers, and what ended up happening was there were a number of drivers who stayed in the pack. Mm-hmm. If I remember correctly, Herman Rashford Jr. ended up being the overall winner.
Yes.
Not here this weekend, but he played many different roles within that race. He was the person who lied in wait for a while, then as you do, as the laps begin to close, began to see where he made his moves and was able to take the overall victory. Looking over to turn 1, we have, it looks like a 3-car race there. That's going to be with Richard Wheel in the 35, Steve Nelson in the 27, and then I believe that's going to be Chris Broussard in the 26 car, all 3 running nose to tail, all in Spec racers. As we just get word that, speaking of the 26 car, constant brake light being noticed by our corner workers out there.
Well, that's as long as the brakes aren't constantly on. I guess things could be a lot worse there. But apparently electrical issues abound here with the wet and damp weather.
And for those who aren't familiar with the Spec Racer chassis, they do have that single brake light that is right behind essentially the driver's head on their roll bar. So basically I believe the rule is that they have to have that operational, at least for as far as the drivers and for the officials to be able to see it, and in order for them to be in compliance for their result to be official. So
because all the Sports Car Club of America road race cars now need to have an operational rain light for production-based cars, the regular parking lights definitely suffice, but for formula cars, prototype cars, the spec racers, they typically need an FIA-approved rain light as well. Does that mean they basically now stack a second light over top of the brake light, or do they just modify the brake light to also be able to flash?
I think there's been some creative things that have been talked about. I don't believe at this point that SCCA has mandated an official solution to having a brake light go out, but they're working a lot. The drivers really try to work a lot with the electrics to make sure that their lights are visible when they're being used and that they're quick to fix it in the case that they either burn out or they experience something else in the inner workings of that light.
Gotcha. All right, so we're still watching this this neat little fight play out in Spec Racer Ford. And let's see, who did we say this is? Well, I thought that was Privet and Wheel, but nope, that's not it. With the orange cars.
So at the moment, Steve Nelson. 27. So that's going to be behind him, and I believe Steve Zemaitis, if I'm not mistaken, running second in that battle, and then perhaps Tom Goodhart. Our timing here has been struggling a little bit, so we're doing our best to keep everyone apprised to our true running order here. And over our leader, Jean-Luc Alvarado, continues to pace at the front. His fast time of a 2:08.646 was set on the last lap. Compare that to Bill Shields running in second place, who ran a 2:09.104, a few tenths in hand advantage for Jean-Luc Alvarado. And then going back to third place, Steve Shu, who ran a 2:09.186, so in the same ballpark. So we'll go and reset the rest of the top 10. Running in fourth, we have Sean DeCold in the 56. In fifth place, we have the 57 of Don Privet. Sixth place belongs to Richard Wheel. Seventh is the 27 of Steve Nelson. And running in eighth, we have Steve Rose. Ninth belongs to Steve Zemaitis. And running at the top 10 is, at the moment, is the 190 of Ken Montavani.
Attention in the paddock. Just got word, of course, we know because of the internet issues that we've been having here today that the gas pumps have not been functioning. The track has arranged to have a fuel vendor come on site. They may be here tonight, but they'll definitely be here tomorrow morning. They will be selling 93, and I believe they said 110 octane race fuel. So that if you need to purchase fuel, again, we will have somebody on site selling the fuel, and they will be over by the gas pumps when that happens. So keep your eye over there. Again, I don't have any times as of yet of when they might be arriving, but again, they may be here this evening. They'll definitely be here tomorrow morning.
Going back to that Spec Racer Ford battle, making its way now onto Madison Avenue. That was with Steve Nelson, Richard Wheel, and then Chris Broussard. At this point, Nelson is beginning to open things up over both Wheel and Broussard, but the three of them are now going to be making their way out of our camera here, getting ready to go into the roller coaster. And from the drop of the green on our race, those three have been running nose to tail. As you mentioned, Steve Rose, who didn't go out for qualifying this morning, also has been advancing up the order as well.
He had a pretty large field here that he had to make his way through with 23 cars taking the start. Should mention Jennifer Romes and her Touring Force Ion FRS did not make the start here for this race.
And Gregory, we're getting worried that in order to assist the drivers, because as you mentioned, some of the drivers are doing 45 minutes here,
Right.
and then some drivers are doing 65 minutes, that they're going to have at the starter stand, a designation to help out some of the drivers who are only doing 45, and then drivers who are only doing 65. Reminds me a little bit of the lap to go boards for track and field to make sure that everyone is on the
Yeah,
same
I
page.
was going to say that is certainly right up your alley. I'm just worried that drivers that are out for the 65-minute race will see that 1 to go board and then decide to pit it. All right.
Greg, another battle among the spec racers that has remained close throughout has been our second and third place race between Bill Shields and Steve Shue. Steve about 2 car lengths behind Shields as they went down the hog pen and then into the roller coaster, and that has remained consistent probably for the past 10 minutes or so. Those two have distanced themselves quite a bit from our 4th place runner, that's Sean DeCold in the 56, running a bit of a lonely 4th at the moment, as the aforementioned Shields and Shue make their way across the line, running nose to tail, although Jean-Luc Liverado does have about 5 seconds in hand at the moment.
All right, so we do have a couple cars on the pit lane currently, Dominic. One is Don Privet, driver of the number, oh my gosh, 57. Thank you, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. The other one, Matt Fielding Russell in his Spec Miata. Fielding Russell driving the number 30 machine. Also, we've got Dennis Mathias on the pit lane. Mathias in SMSE driving the number 88 Mazda Miata. So we'll see here. Those drivers are doing the enduro, so we should see them go out again. They have a 5-minute hold, basically a 5-minute pit stop. They do not need to take fuel if they don't want. They don't need to change drivers if they don't want. And now we see the Privet machine heading back out onto the track and rejoining the action. The one thing that they do need, however, Dominic, is that we've got there are 2 components to these pit stops. There is the time that they spend in their pit stall in the box, and then there's the transit time during the pit stop itself. And for these racers, there is a 12-second transit time. So essentially, from the time they come into the pit lane to the time they cross the timing loop and leave, their pit stop has to be essentially 5 minutes and 12 seconds longer than their fastest lap. As we are now about 24 minutes, give or take, into this endurance race. So we still have just about another 20 minutes to go for our sprinters, and another 40 minutes or so for the endurance racers.
And Greg, so far the Spec Racers continue to be the star of the show as Richard Wheel, Steve Nelson, and Chris Broussard flash through. And it appears as though Chris Broussard may not have a working transponder since his times don't seem to be coming up, though he is running within that pack, all running along with both Richard Wheel and Steve Nelson for the large majority of this race.
Well, good thing that Chris is only running the 45-minute sprint race, because it would be awfully difficult if they needed to then time him for that 5-minute pit stop time. how I do love the climbing S's, the uphill S's here at VIR, Dominic, between such a contrast with the uphill S's here, the downhill S's at Road Atlanta, and they are both so incredibly difficult. When I raced here in my Honda CRX, that portion of the track is what we always tried to set the car up for, because it was always a pendulum through the uphill S's here. And that was the challenge to try. You wanted to have a very loose race car, but try to keep the rear end of it underneath you there as you continue to feed in throttle. Such a tough, such a very difficult proposition there. And then you turn around and look at Road Atlanta. It's the exact same thing down in reverse, except you then have to figure out how to get up out of turn 5 at the very end. You know, it is almost exactly reverse. Here you go through South Bend and drop down the hill, and so challenging, but also just when we watch these camera views, so pretty here at VIR.
And it's just a balancing act too, because you want to be able to get the car to rotate going through each part of the S's, but you don't want the car to start to become too much a handful.
Yeah, exactly.
And so where it's becoming hard to control. As we see our Spec Racer contingency with Nelson, Wheel, and Broussard making their way into turn and getting ready to go into turn number 4. Steve Nelson currently heads that trio. As our overall leader, Jean-Luc Liverado, goes purple that last lap, sets a 2-minute 8.425. And Bill Shields, who moves back about 7.5 seconds. Last time was at a 2:09.7. So Jean-Luc having the pace of his fellow competitors thus far, as we are just about 27.5 minutes into our Tarheel Cup.
So Steve Zemaitis just passed the start-finish line. Zemaitis almost 25 seconds off of what he is normally lapping at. He had a pretty wild ride through Hogpen over at turn 17, got the car back under. And it appears as though we've got another driver having some issues, and I think it may be Brian Hooper in the number 42 STL Honda Civic. We've had a driver that went off at South Bend, and oh, no, it's definitely not Hooper. That is a Spec Racer Ford.
And Greg, I believe I got word that is the 27 of Steve Nelson, who took a adventurous line out of South Bend. And
yeah, apparently.
Is now safely rejoining the track.
And I think he was looking for every little divot and every little bump over there to make sure that he wouldn't put that very low-slung Spec Racer Ford up in the air, and he does rejoin. The reason I thought it was that it was the Honda Civic STL driver Brian Hooper is I just saw him lose 4 positions on the last lap, and he is now showing as being a lap down. I'm wondering if he may be on the pit lane, possibly. I'm looking to see if I can find the Honda Civic, and I don't see it in my purview. Adam, I know it's kind of hard to pick out with your views, but it'll be a burgundy Honda Civic coupe, and we'll see if that's out there at some point. But okay, yeah, because I think he may have brought the car onto the pit lane. It's just out of our view, however. And I'm showing Bobby Gossett as possibly being on the pit lane as well in his Mazda Miata. They're currently running 17th and 18th overall.
We got a few more cars taking their scheduled pit stop. This is 37 of David Blaine in the Mazda Miata, currently sitting on the pit lane and making a stop, as is, I believe that's Steve Rose in the E90 BMW, also making the required stop here.
Right, and did you mention Brad Gould in the? You just said Brad Gould in the '97, who is here as well, in the yellow and blue.
I'm not sure if I spotted Gould. I definitely do see David Blaine there in the Mazda Miata, and then that is correct.
I'm looking at Brad Gould right now, so I can talk. So Gould's there too, and yep, you got it. As we're showing, still Gould, Blaine, Hooper, and Gossett as our drivers taking pit stops currently. And what you'll notice, if you look at our timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen, we don't have them all listed there because, well, we only go down to 16th in the order, and Hooper and Gossett are currently running 19th and 20th. But when you see on the timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen, the drivers with the peach-colored background, those are drivers that we have not seen past the start-finish line for an extended period of time. Typically, it means they're in the middle of taking their pit stop. And we see there Richard Wheel and Steve Rose. Now showing as possibly being on their pit stops as well. Those drivers, Wheel in a Spec Racer Ford, Steve Rose in the GT3 BMW.
I think we got a question about Brian Hooper was just answered. The Crimson Honda Civic making its way back onto the track.
Yep, he's just now pulling off the pit lane now, which means we'll probably see Bobby Gossett's Miata leaving shortly.
And Greg, as you had forecasted, Bobby Gossett is now making his way down the pit lane and will be after having taken the pit stop, and will be rejoining the field as well.
Now I wonder if he's sharing the car with Ellie Gossett, who I believe is his wife. We saw at Spec Miata that the two of them were racing separately, or whether Bobby is doing this all by himself. There he is, going and blending back over. So that leaves Richard Wheel, Steve Rose, Brad Gould, and David Blaine on the pit lane. As we have now hit the 34 minute and change mark. So just about 10 minutes remaining for our sprint racers. And just about a half hour remaining for our endurance racers.
Okay, one of the cars that I don't believe we've alluded to much throughout the session, the 155, that's the BMW 328 of Jason Koch. Timothy Yates was at the wheel of that car for the Washington, D.C. region's competition school. That's another car that has switched hands a few times already this season. and that car does have a extensive endurance racing background, so the BMW finding its home here in with a bit of a longer session, as we have the 97 of Brad Gould coming back onto the track after the pit stop. And then looking to our battle for second and third overall with both Bill Shields and Steve Shu. Those two were making their way out onto Madison Avenue. As Greg, we are getting word.
Yeah, we've got a local caution at turn 11. If you can go to that Madison Avenue camera, here we go. Oh, and it looks as though that car has now recovered, as it was sitting dead stick in the grass about halfway between turn 11 and the Oak Tree Bend. And they were getting covered by a local caution over at turn 11. We know that local caution is now gone, well, because we've got two cars going side by side into 11. All right, we had a couple more drivers head back out onto track. Richard Wheel and Steve Rose rejoined. I think that Lee, and actually we just saw Jason Koch in the BMW just go down the pit lane here. So we'll see if he ends up. I didn't see if he went behind the wall or if he's now back out on track. I'm sure he's back out on track. Or actually, it was not Jason Koch. I'm sorry. I think Jason Koch may have just pulled in for his pit stop. It was the other BMW that just left the pit lane. Now it's the GT3 BMW, I believe,
of Steve Rose.
Steve Rose, yeah, who had been on the pit lane earlier. So yeah, he's rejoined.
And then coming into our view on our camera, again, a number of these drivers running, some of them, in fact, for the drivers who are running our shorter race, have only have T-minus 7 minutes left in their session to run here. So as we heard from Control, they're gonna try to display a board to let the drivers know that they are working their final circuit, displaying those to the drivers who have elected to run that 45 minutes.
Yeah, so we were watching there, and we'll see him coming down the roller coaster here in just a moment. Stephen Shu in the number 81 machine, and I believe he had, I think that was some slower traffic. I think that was Lee Hill that he was very close to on track. They were running nose to tail hill, trying to get as much of a draft over our second place racer. There, we'll see them coming down the front straight here momentarily, and I believe so. Hill just went by all by himself on the front straight here, and I think what we're seeing is quite possibly Stephen Shu. Well, Shu is running the sprint. There wouldn't be a reason for him to come in and pit that car in at this point. Shu might have had a problem. We'll try and track him and see where he ends up, because we've just seen William Shields, Sean DeCold now move up into second and third respectively. Stephen Shu, who had been running in second, now falls back into fourth position, and so that's a pretty unfortunate timing there, given that he does have now just about 7 minutes remaining in his 45-minute race.
And Greg, I'm sure that for these drivers, because I think probably with the exception of Group 1 this morning for qualifying, which was Spec Racer Ford, that all the drivers are probably just happy to have a completely or pretty much a dry track
Dry
to run.
track.
Because
Yeah.
this morning it was anything but for most of
It was pretty
for most of them.
miserable.
So having just the differences in grip, and as we're getting close to the 5 o'clock hour, and right now the conditions are fairly optimal as far as tires being able to maintain themselves. It's not overly cold. It's also not really hot, so tires aren't getting as greasy as they may have otherwise gotten had the sun been out all day and had a lot of rubber been laid down on the track. So these conditions are probably fairly comfortable for both car and driver at this point, as we have the 27 of Steve Nelson getting serviced and making the stop and making his way back out on track. And Greg, as you were talking about with Steve Shu, who had you mentioned was running the sprint today,
Yeah.
has made his stop on pit lane, and if he's running the sprint, this might be the conclusion of the session. We'll have to see what happens there as
Yeah.
he consults some of his crew members down there on pit lane.
Well, yeah, and the person that's hanging over the front of his car was pointing back towards the paddock. We'll try and get a word on it, but again, we had Stephen Shu in that white with green number 81 that he was scheduled to run the 45-minute sprint, not the 65-minute enduro. If that's the case, again, with him on the pit lane, he is giving up laps here at the end of the series. We'll see. And want to remind everybody here at the track that we know that because of the internet issues that we've had here today, that the gas pumps have not functioned, but VIR says that either hopefully their network connectivity will be fixed by the morning, but if it's not, they are going to have a supplier to pump fuel directly out of the tanks. And again, we'll have available both 93 and 110 octane available tomorrow morning if we're still having our internet issues. So rest assured, if you think you still need fuel for the weekend, well, if you need something other than 93, if you need 110, obviously this is going to be your best chance. But hopefully we'll have a fuel situation cleared up for you tomorrow morning. And we want to thank everybody given all of the issues between the power outage and the internet outage. I want to thank you for your grace this weekend, and obviously our priorities were getting you on track and getting you racing.
Okay, we have a few more drivers making their way back onto the track. I think one of them was signaling that they are going to be making their way into the paddock. So one of the drivers doing the short version of our Tarheel Cup today. And looking at our designation here between our sprint versus our full enduro drivers, Gianluca Verrata, our overall leader, who ran the fast lap on that last lap at a 2-minute 8.179, has not taken his stop yet. So we'll see what the plan there is for the driver of the number 8 car.
All right, Stephen Shu now heading back out on track. Since we're right at a little bit over 44 minutes at this point, the 45-minute sprint racers should be getting their black flag, essentially telling them that their race is over the next time by. I've been told that for those sprint racers, it is, I believe, the 142 car of Steve Hahn, which is currently your leader in that group. They were not able to give him a 1-to-go board before he cross-start finished, but they will give him, obviously, the finish of the race, the black flag, the next time he comes by. A few more cars on the pit lane. We just saw I think it was the 97 car go by us here. William Shield, Steve Nelson had just rejoined. Sean DeCold and Lee Hill now on the pit lane. And we talked earlier about Matt fielding Russell, where we thought maybe he was one of the early pit stops. He has only completed 9 laps here today. So obviously some mechanical issues with the number 30 machine. All right, Steve Hahn in the 142, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's shown the black flag. He is going to be your Tarheel Cup Sprint winner here today. And taking the win in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. We'll see who the next driver is to cross the line. And I think William Shields, when he crosses, and Shields is driving the number 67 car, he comes down the front straight. William Shields will finish second in the sprint and second in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Steve Nelson takes the checkered flag. Steve's in the number 27 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He will finish third. And I think the question is, what will Steven Shue do? All right, Steve DeCold finishes up his pit stop. He now rejoins the action in the number 56 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 out of West Union, South Carolina.
And Greg, as you mentioned at the top of this race, that I believe all of our drivers in our Enduro this afternoon are entered as participants for the weekend. So important to remember that these cars have a feature race for tomorrow as well.
True.
So they need to, the drivers would be wise to make sure that there's something in the car for tomorrow.
Yeah, that they don't burn the car to the ground. Exactly. And so this is the only day for a Tarheel Cup race. We will not have another one tomorrow. Adam, why don't we go and throw the schedule up on the screen here again real quick and show everybody. Assuming we get our internet connectivity issues resolved here, we will be bringing you qualifying starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning. If not, we will start with our feature races tomorrow. We've got one race before lunch, a 14-lap or 35-minute for the Spec Racer Fords, for the open wheel racers and prototypes, of all which I think we had just a single Formula Continental here today. We'll then take about an hour break for lunch, and then we will finish up with our remaining, although it says groups 2 through 6, there is no group 4, so it'll be 4 races after lunch. Now it looks like possibly, let's see if Lee Hill was heading back out on track. He was. So, well, it's either Lee Hill or most likely John Krolwitz in the car now in the number 72 Spec Racer Ford, the yellow and black machine that just rejoined. As that car rejoins with just about 15 minutes, a little bit more than 15 minutes remaining on the clock.
And Greg, I'm continuing to keep my eye on Jean-Luc Goverato, who is at this point going to be running the full 65-minute session. He has yet to make his scheduled stop, so there's likely a course of plan there for when he'll be coming into the pit lane. So far as not, and being within 15 minutes of the finish, we'll likely be looking to do that in the next few laps or so.
Indeed. You know, we talked about at CMP what happened when drivers were already on the pit lane when the course went full course caution. But the parallel to that is if they haven't taken their pit stop when the course goes full course caution, because the pits do become closed at that point, and you'd hate to be able to basically be locked out on track. Not necessarily, I think, for most of these cars having to worry about running out of fuel, but certainly running astray of the rules. If you can't pit in, all I could say is too bad. And we hopefully will have this camera here, this Madison Avenue camera, fixed up a little bit for you tomorrow. We'll take a look at that tonight and see if we can give you a little bit sharper image. Because of all the rain, for those of you that are wondering, because of the rain and the humidity and the poor weather that we have today, we have to take special protections with our cameras to make sure that they last through the entire, not only the entire day, but the entire event. It does affect our image quality somewhat, and in the case of this camera, it affected it more than just a little bit. We'll try and get it fixed for tomorrow. Well, looks like Stephen Shu, he's not running the sprint. He's running the full deal. And so your top three right now: Jean-Luc Liverato, Ken Mantovani in his Mazda Miata, then Stephen Shu, then Don Privet, Steve DeCold, Richard Wheel, your top six.
Hey Greg, we've been inquiring about when Jean-Luc Liverato may make that stop, and we can see that the number 8 car has now pulled onto pit lane, so our leader is now serving his pit stop, which we'll keep an eye on our timing here and also on our cameras to see where Ken Mantovani might be positioned in relative to that.
I think Mantovani might be on the pit lane as well, Dominic, as he is now showing he's showing his 2 laps down from Jean-Luc Liverato, but we haven't seen him cross the start-finish line in an extended period of time. So we'll see how things play out here. Again, the advantage, I think, that the Miata certainly plays over the Spec Racer Fords is whether or not, there's a chance that the Spec Racer Ford needs fuel. The Mazda should pretty easily be able to go 65 minutes on a single tank. And, all right, it looks as though, let's take a look, because Shu, Privet, and DeCold, who have all taken their pit stops now here, have all passed and run more laps than Ken Mantovani. So Mantovani now dropping to 6th as Richard Wheel has passed him as well. And I believe Wheel in the 35 machine had taken his pit stop as well. So I don't think Liverato really has much to worry about from the Spec Miata. What he might have to worry about are Shu, Privet, DeCold, and Wheel, however, that are currently showing as 1 lap down from Mantovani. So with these drivers turning in the 2:10 range or thereabouts, we'll see how much longer it is before Jean-Luc Liverato peels out. I think just from, using my fingers and toes, that Liverato has already been in the pit stall for more than 2.5 minutes. So we'll see here as the 190 machine comes down the pit stall, the pit lane. Mantovani completes his pit stop, and he now continues, and he's going to rejoin in 7th position.
Greg, you had mentioned earlier on the just the elegance of watching the cars go up the climbing S's on our cameras. Having been here for the runoffs and thankfully for the 2023 edition of the runoffs, we had dry conditions throughout. I
Yes.
believe for 2022, Mark Bowden coined it the rain-offs. So
Yes.
that should tell you everything you need to know about the conditions for that one. But seeing the prototype 1 cars snake their way up the S's for that was something to behold, just because with the amount of aerodynamics, amount of downforce they're able to produce, and we did have a great battle at the front of that field for 2023 for the P1 class. Seeing them snake their way up the S's was certainly something pretty spectacular, especially in the fading sunlight of that Friday.
Yes, there's just a lot to be said for the way those cars, the rear will drift from side to side and then take a set, and especially once you get to the top of the S's and you've got those you've got the villas there just over the hill, and especially there they are. And to have spectators just sitting up there watching you as you do it, it's such an amazing view from almost everywhere on the track that you can get this shot. And where we've got our camera right now is on a little spectator hill, so you come to this track, you can get that same view as well.
And Jean-Luc Liverado is now back underway and will rejoin. And at the moment, we'll wait for our timing here, as we have about 8 minutes roughly left in our session, where Steve Shu, Sean DeCole, and Don Privet are in relation to Jean-Luc, who just momentarily, just a few moments ago, rejoined the circuit.
Well, and Steve Shu just crosses the start-finish line, and he is now about 17 seconds. There he is going down into turn 1. About 17 seconds behind Jean-Luc Liverado, and then we've got the next machines. Here comes the number. Well, that was the number 4 of Zematis, who's a couple laps down. But now we're starting to see where DeCold and Privet cross the line. DeCold another 26 seconds back from Steven Shu. Don Privet a little further back from there, and only. That's actually turning into a nice little battle right now for third in Spec Racer Ford, as Don Privet is now pulled up to about 1.3 seconds behind Sean DeCold, and we just saw them in the trailing edges of that shot. Say if we can stay on this one here, oh, too late. We should see that the fight between DeCold and Privet here coming into our view momentarily. Not much of a fight. That's Don Privet, the third car in that group there, with DeCold now looking about almost 25 car lengths ahead.
Don Privet was the New York-based driver who was out at the April MARRS event and was had been away from for a little bit, and during the, if I recall correctly, during the Sunday race ran as high as 4th or 5th. Had a little bit of a moment in the middle of the race, which put him back a little bit, but made a big splash during that race to come back after having not been in the car. And for any driver who's spent time out of the race car, away from turning high performance laps around the track, sometimes it's as the old ad says, learning how to ride a bike again.
Yes.
Trying to get the feel, even if you're someone who has years of experience and numerous laps around the track.
There's always that rust that you have to knock off.
Yep, trying to get back into the swing of things can sometimes be a process. Okay, and we have just elapsed the 1 hour mark, so it'll be about 5 minutes left for our 65-minute runners here.
Yep, indeed. Just a little bit of time remaining. About 5 minutes, as you said. And it is, again, it's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Jean-Luc Liverato, Steve Shue, Steve DeCold. Then we've got Don Privet and Richard Wheel, our top 5 drivers, all Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. Steve Rose in his GT3 BMW machine. He is currently running 6th overall. I believe he's our only GT3 entrant. Ken Mantovani in his Spec Miata, or his SE, actually it's not a Spec Miata, but it's an SE2 machine. He is an SE2 is Southeast 2. It's an endurance class. I think originated in the ECR series, and so he is currently running 7th overall. And Steve Zemaitis, Lee Hill, Tom Goodart, Brian Hooper is your STL leader. He runs 11th overall. David Blaine running in SPU in his Mazda Miata, running 14th overall. All right, we're trying to get word from race control. It sounds as though the next time Jean-Luc Liverato comes on the front straight, he will get that 1-to-go board. And so we'll be tracking him.
And Greg, we should be coming into our turn 1 camera view. The battle between Don Privet and Richard Wheel, who have once again found each other on the track, and they're making their way out of turn number 1. Only about a car between them at the moment. Give the advantage to Don Privet, and Richard Wheel still looms back about half a car length. But as we're going to be, as they're working the penultimate lap, Richard Wheel is going to be seeing what he can do as far as trying to mount a challenge to Privet as our race winds down here.
And you know, earlier today, when we were running down the grid for the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race earlier today, and I saw Richard Wheel as being sponsored by Citgo, and I thought, oh, that's got to be a big joke because he's from Boston, Massachusetts, and I think about the big Citgo sign over by Fenway Park. And no, his car has actually got a Citgo livery on the side. So, all right, let's take a look here. Coming down the front straight and getting the 1-to-go board, Jean-Luc Liverato in the white and black number 8 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. There he is coming into our view, coming underneath that Spec Miata. And coming down here towards the end of the race, sounds like the 37 machine having some problems. That was David Blaine in the SPU Mazda Miata. Spun the car went dead stick, and he was finally able to get the thing started back up and continued on his way. He runs now 14th overall.
And as we see our overall leader, Jean-Luc Liverato, making his way up the climbing S's. And we're going to want to take as Jean-Luc makes his way into Oak Tree, Greg, I think we're going to want to take a look at our battle, and that's going to be for 4th and 5th with Richard Wheel and Don Privet, who are likely making their way into turn 4 right about now. And those two across the line, we're running nose to tail. At the moment, still Don Privet, who has the advantage over Richard Wheel, as they took their stops at about the same time and then ended up on track running, meeting once again.
All right, well, our overall leader, Jean-Luc Liverato, is just now crested the top of the roller coaster. He's starting to make his way down the hill. There he is. He's The car's sandwiched in between the two tin tops. Just ahead of the cock car. Or did I get that? Did I get that one wrong again? That's not the Jason Cock car. That is the GT3 machine of Steve Rose. Here, all right, and taking the checkered flag is Jean-Luc Liverato. He's going to take the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Steven Shu, last we saw him was about 15 seconds in arrears. He crosses the line, make it 21 seconds in arrears. He will finish second in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Sean DeCold, I think, coming onto the front straight now. Here comes Sean DeCold. And the number 56 machine comes across the line, and he will finish in third. Richard Wheel, Don Privet, Ken Manavani, Steve Rose, Steve Zamatis, Lee Hill, Tom Goodart, your top 10. So, Dominic?
Okay, one more point.
Yes.
Back to our start-finish camera, we should be seeing it's going to be a drag race between Richard Wheel and Don Privet. It looks like give the position to Wheel for fourth place. Just edges out Don Privet in the 57. So those two making another exchange of spots there on the last lap.
All right. So, Dominic, let's wrap things up here for today. Good day of racing. Not a great day for infrastructure. This may be infrastructure week here at Virginia International Raceway. So the plan is, and if we want to throw up that schedule once again here, Adam, plan is, assuming we have our internet connectivity back and in shape tomorrow, that we will be online and streaming at 8:30 tomorrow morning with all of our qualifying sessions, with then our first feature race before lunch. If we don't have internet connectivity, well, we'll be here for our feature races all afternoon long. We've got one race before lunch and then 4 more after lunch. I believe 5 races in total tomorrow. All right, so for Dominic Mandiel, for Adam Miller, I'm Greg Ginsberg. I want to thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.